Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel and today we're going to begin a playthrough of Oxygen Not Included. Now I have never played this game before, but I have heard good things. It's another survival simulator game. I think this is another example of setting up a space colony like RimWorld was, but I believe the game mechanics are quite different. Certainly rather than a top-down view, we have a side-on view, and, well, I would assume that what we're actually doing is quite different, but we'll have to see. I have one of the two DLCs for this game. I have the Spaced Out DLC, but not the Frosty Planet pack. I assume that's just due to when I bought the game. I don't remember when I bought it, but I bought it a while ago, when I believe when it was on sale, so presumably one of the DLCs was out, but the other wasn't. Anyway, let's get into it. So I guess we're going to go with survival, stay on your toes, and one step ahead of this unforgiving world. One slip up could bring your colony crashing down, which does sound rather intimidating, but we'll see how it goes. We'll go with classic. Scenario similar to the classic Oxygen Not Included experience. Large starting asteroids with many resources, less emphasis on space travel. Interesting. Oh, so that's what the Spaced Out DLC presumably emphasizes. Going from planet to planet. Choose a destination. I don't really have any way to... Having not played this game before, I don't really know what we're looking for. Survival chance ideal. Story, 5 traits. Somnium synthesizer. Power up a colossal relic from Gravitus's underground sleep lab. When duplicants sleep, their minds are blissfully blank and dream-free. Under the right conditions, things could be different. I assume duplicants is what we're referring to the colonists as in this game. I know it doesn't say duplicates, it says duplicants. But, I don't know, maybe like if a colonist dies, they're automatically replaced or something? I don't know. Cloned? Critter Fluxomatic. Explore a revolutionary genetic manipulation device designed for critters. Whether or not it was ever used on non-critter subjects is unclear. Its DNA database has been wiped clean. Mysterious Hermit. Discover a reclusive character living in a Gravitus relic and persuade them to join this colony. Revelations from their past could have far-reaching implications for duplicants everywhere. Even their makeshift shelter might be of some use. Ancient Specimen. This asteroid has a few skeletons in its geological closet. Track down the fossilized fragments of an ancient critter to assemble key pieces of Gravitus history and unlock a new resource. And finally, Biobot Builder. Reboot an ambitious collaborative project spearheaded by Gravitus' bioengineering and robotics departments. If correctly rebuilt, it could save duplicant lives. So I assume that's what we're going to be doing in this game. I don't know if we have to do them in that order, if those are like the acts of the story, or if these are just going to be quests that are constantly available and then we can pick and choose what order we do them in. Or possibly we don't even have to do them and they'll be optional. I don't know. It's a good point. I didn't actually check that this game ends. I assume it is possible to win or lose a game, and that there is some sort of ending. Well, there we go. Starting asteroid, Terra asteroid. Nearby asteroids, radioactive swamp asteroid. What have we got? A metal rich. This asteroid is an abundant source of metal ore. Wonderful metal ore. The best ore. Magma channels. The magma from this world's core has leaked into the mantle and crust. Okay, distant asteroids. Tundra asteroid. Deposits of uranium ore are found in this world's crust. Metal pore. There is a reduced amount of metal ore on this world. Proceed with caution. And marshy asteroid. No traits. So what have we got? Oh, I see. So that's just recapping everything I've just read. Okie dokie. I mean, sure. Let's go with that. I have no reason to particularly favour or disfavour this particular setup, because I don't really know the game. Okay, I assume that's all sensible. Sprinkling sand, cooling glass, baking igneous rock. Oh, a bunch has gone past far too quickly for me to read. Right, who are we dealing with here? This is our 3 duplicants. Catalina, interest ranching, +8 husbandry. I don't know how high the skills go in this game. I don't know if +8 is really good or not. Skilled, super duper digging, starts with a tier 3 skill. Mouth breather, increased air consumption rate. I don't think that makes sense. Like, if someone breathed through their mouth, not their nose, habitually, although I do note they don't appear to have noses, I don't think they would be using up more air, but okay. Stress reaction, vomiter, oh dear. Overjoyed response, super productive. A Catalina is admired by... Yeah, it does say a Catalina. Oh, maybe that's why they call them duplicants. Maybe in this universe, the universe where Gravitas is perhaps their home world or something. Perhaps instead of sending normal members of the public, well, I say the public, you know, people that have been trained, astronauts, off to space, perhaps they just clone people and send their clones off, and perhaps can like duplicate some of their memories or something, in order that they can be consistent with the people they get, and then send exactly, management could then send exactly who they think would be best for a particular job at any given time, without having to worry about whether, oh, is that person available? No, they could just clone another. That's my own hypothesis. I don't know if that's true, but if that is true, that would mean that it's unlikely that they're going to come back to life if something terrible happens to them. It makes it much less likely that we're going to be able to clone people actually in-game. Anyway, a Catalina is admired by all of her seemingly tireless work ethic. Sorry, for her. A Catalina is admired by all for her seemingly tireless work ethic. Little do people know she's dying on the inside. Oh no! That's terrible. Bubbles! Interest, doctoring, +7 medicine. Again, I don't know the skill system in this game, but that sounds good. Traits. Skilled crop tending, starts with a tier 2 skill. Excellent. Bottomless stomach, decreased calories. Determines how quickly a duplicant burns or stores calories. This duplicant might actually be several black holes in a trench coat. Why does it say burns or stores calories? If they're burning calories more slowly, then you would assume that they need to eat less. And so the fact that they can store fewer calories wouldn't be a problem. I think what it's trying to imply, although I don't fully understand how the text actually communicates that, is that they're going to need to eat more. That's what you'd assume from bottomless stomach. But we'll see. Stress reaction, binge eater, overjoyed response, sticker bomber. This Bubbles is constantly challenging others to fight her, regardless of whether or not she can actually take them. Interesting. And Ruby. Oh, so it's an all-female crew. Interests. Doctoring, +1 medicine, rocketry, +1 piloting, and supplying, +2 strength. Okay, that's interesting. So they can, sometimes their interests will cause them to be really, really good at one thing, or they may end up having a slight bonus in lots of areas. And it is notable that you add all these up, you get just +4, not the +7 or +8 here. So it's almost as if they specialise, you get an additional bonus to your bonus, to make up for the fact that they're not as good at many things, I would assume. Right, traits. Night Owl. Gains nighttime attribute bonuses. +3 to all attributes. Duration, all night. Okay, so they're going to be getting up and going to bed at a different time of day, I assume? Irritable bowel. Decreased bathroom use speed. Oh dear. That's unfortunate. Stress reaction, binge eater, overjoyed response, sticker bomber. This Ruby asks suppressing questions like, where can I get a leather jacket in space? Name the colony. Lamentable dwelling. Why not? I don't really know what I'm doing, so this seems fine. Alert! The asteroid we call home has collided with an anomalous planet, decimating our colony. Rebuilding it is of the utmost importance. I've attached a new cluster of material-rich planetoids in nearby space. If I can guide the duplicants through the perils of space travel, we could build a colony even bigger and better than before. So you've detached a cluster of material-rich planetoids. So these planetoids, as you call them, they weren't part of this system? Whoever wrote this alert has introduced them to the system? Interesting. No oxygen generator built. My colony is not producing any new oxygen. Oxygen diffusers can be built from the oxygen tab. No outhouse built. My duplicants have nowhere to relieve themselves. Can be built from the plumbing tab. Basic controls. So I can pan. I can zoom in and out. To the printing pod. Maybe that's where duplicants come from. I can speed or slow my perception of time using the top left corner buttons. Oh, over here. Or by pressing num plus or num minus. Pressing space will pause the flow of time entirely. I'll keep records of everything I discover in my personal database to refer back to if I forget anything important. It's notable that all these things have keyboard shortcuts, as if experienced players would be able to control the game very rapidly. Right, time is paused, isn't it? I mean, I assume... printing board. Next, print 2.5 cycles. Oh my goodness, this is a lot of information. An exceptionally advanced bioprinter of unknown origin. It periodically produces new duplicants or care packages containing resources. New duplicants come out here, but thank goodness they never go back in. Okay. So every 2.5 cycles, which I assume is days, in-game days, we're either going to get a new person or supplies by the sounds of it. Duplicant skills. So is this essentially how we level people up? We just create new versions of the people we already have with additional skills? I guess so. That remains to be seen. Interesting. Oh, can we do research at present? No. Build a research station to unlock this. Okay. What can they do right now? Oh, a ration box. Oxygen, breathable gas. 1,634.7 grams, very breathable. Water. Oxygen. Barely breathable. Carbon dioxide, unbreathable. Right, we're going to need to be... If we break into any of these areas, we're going to have to be very careful. Oh, blimey, there's a vacuum up there. This seems unlikely. If there was water in here, there would not be a vacuum there. The water would vaporize to fill up the space. And similarly, if there's oxygen in there, that would also enter the mix. Okay. What's that? A shine bug. So there's quite a lot of breathable air up here, but not tons. Right, how do I actually order people to do things? Current errand, idle. So it's errands that we set, is it? To get people to do things? Is there an errand menu? Aside from this? I don't know. Oh, we can view people's vitals. They seem pretty healthy right now. They can consume anything they can get their hands on. Schedule. Right, that is quite like RimWorld. Although they're not sleeping for long. Interesting. How many of these are there? 6, 12, 18, 24. So they only sleep for 3 hours a day? That seems wrong, but I don't know any better. Priorities? Ah, again, very RimWorld-like. I see. Okay. Oh, it's hex-based. When you start travelling between planets, it would seem. Alrighty. Unlock new blueprints. New blueprint unlocked. What does printing do? Red glitter Atmo gloves. Sparkly red gloves for hostile environments. Atmo gloves, common. All available blueprints claimed. Oh, I wonder if that's just like cosmetics. Not something we actually need to worry about. Toggle red alert. Duplicants will work, ignoring schedules and their basic needs. Use in case of emergency. Okay, it's good to know that we have that available. I still haven't figured out... Ah, set dig errands. Okay. I was just about to say, I still haven't figured out how I give them errands. Deconstruct, priority. Sweep, mop, harvest, disconnect, empty pipe, wrangle, attack, disinfect. Okay, so I can get them to dig. That's not a problem. Oxalite, interesting. I assume we want an oxygen generator and an outhouse pretty much immediately. I don't know how they get food. Microbe musher produces low quality food using common ingredients. Duplicants will not fabricate items unless recipes are queued. But I would need metal ore for that. Okay, so we're after metal ore, is that correct? Well, we don't know what's in this, do we? Or do we? Stores a small amount of food. Okay, so that the ration box doesn't have like materials in it, doesn't have metal, for example. Okay. Supposing I wanted to make an oxygen... What was it? Oxygen generator? Oxygen diffuser. Converts large amounts of algae into oxygen. Becomes idle when the area reaches maximum pressure capacity. I'd need metal ore. Okay, and plumbing? Outhouse? Raw mineral or wood. Okay. So we don't have anything that we need. I assume we should be digging. Ah, copper ore. And copper ore counts as metal ore. Okay, so they haven't simplified the game by making pretty much any metal imaginable just all combined into one metal ore. There are different types of metal, but they all contribute metal ore, I think. So if I asked you to dig that, presumably you could do it? And there is a lot of it. Okay. So if I ask you to dig down and dig that out... Ah, do I need to create a staircase? Possibly. Hang on, how do I clear an area? I don't know. Oh, like so. Yes, so... Hang on. I'm doing something silly here. That's what I'm digging out, isn't it? So I'd want that, and then that, I think. So they'd stand on there. Ah, but because I'm digging that out, that wouldn't work. Okay. Is there any other metal ore they could go for which would be easy to get to? Maybe up here? The thing I'm worried about is I've never played this game before, and I don't know if they can get stuck or not. I don't know. I wouldn't want to, like, send them down there and then immediately have them completely stuck in place. Let's see how far they get just doing that. And start time again. Did I... Oh, blimey. I thought they were going to use shovels. Okay, so far so good. What can we build? How do I check what resources we have gathered so far? Over here, I think. Right, okay. I'm still not convinced she won't get stuck if I don't if I ask her to dig that out. Oh well. I guess there's only one way we're going to find out. Is she going to get hurt? Ah, they won't dig any further than that. Okay. Can I order you to go somewhere? Could I'll order you, for example, to walk up here? I don't think so. Oh well. Oxygen diffuser. Wait, what was that? We've already read that. Algae. 550 grams per second, I assume. It requires power to run. I don't think we have... Ah, they can climb up. Good. I don't think they have access to power right now. Highest stress, 1%. Okay. Oh, good evening, Yisha. It's lovely to see you again. I hope you're having a good day. Yep, it's complaining about power. No power wire connected. Okay, how do we make power? Manual generator converts manual labor into electrical power. I guess that's what we want. Since we don't seem to have any other options right now. Perhaps we want to expand this area a bit first. Actually, how quickly is time going by? I don't know. A cycle's a day, isn't it? But I don't know if even an hour's been passed yet or not. Right, so a problem we're going to have is as we make this area larger and larger, presumably the air pressure's going to drop. So we'll need to bear that in mind. Where's dig? There's dig. Yeah, you can see it dropping. Actually, I wonder if I'd have been better off having them dig that out as well. Can I make ladders to help them navigate? Yes. Okay, that's good to know. Are they expensive? Doesn't look like it. Alright, so I could ask you, for example, to dig that out and we could just build a ladder back up. Seems like a good idea. Right, so we'll build a generator here. And a ladder. Let's make sure we get a ladder in here. So far, so good. Okay, so I'm starting to get an idea for what this base is going to end up looking like. If ladders are our main means of negotiating vertical distances. Well, you can see that the oxygen's getting thinner. It was about 1,400 when we started, wasn't it? In fact, I think it was closer to 1,500. Right, they should have the means to generate oxygen now. But they're going to need algae. I wonder how thin the oxygen can go before it's a problem. I notice she, Ruby's trying to generate power even though the oxygen diffuser isn't loaded with anything right now, which seems inefficient. Oh, I do like the fact they seem to be a fair bit more intelligent than they are in RimWorld. I don't have to micromanage them as much, it feels like. Then again, I've only just begun the game, so you don't know. But it feels like that's going to be less of a problem. Oh, wow. Look at that. It's barely breathable down there, but it's very breathable up here. Why is the oxygen not circulating very well? So it's breathable there. I don't know. Carbon dioxide is heavier than oxygen, is it not? Yeah, of course it would be. Because it's CO2 versus O2. So, yeah, it's bound to be. So, I suppose carbon dioxide would want to sink. But at the same time, it can't be really bad for that, because there's just carbon dioxide in the air normally, isn't there? Some of it. Because plants use it in photosynthesis to create oxygen. Well, I suppose from the plant's perspective, the oxygen is just a byproduct. But that is something that happens. So you'd have thought that the oxygen and the carbon dioxide wouldn't be that averse to mixing. Okay, is there anything we can do about this? Ventilation. Control the flow of gas in the base. No, we can't. Not right now. We don't have that technology. I don't know to what extent they're in danger here. Used to build the walls and floors of rooms. Tiles. Interesting. Why not just have rock and sand as the ground in a room? What reason is there not to do that? They're holding their breath. You can actually tell from the animation. Right, okay, I won't have them stay down here very long then, but we'll have to see if the gases mix. I can't help but notice that each tile appears to only support one type of gas. From what I can tell. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe in terms of how this game models gases, each tile can only have one gas, and because carbon dioxide is heavier than oxygen, whenever there's carbon dioxide over oxygen, the game swaps them. I mean, perhaps not instantaneously, but over a given period of time. So perhaps that's why this area has ended up so carbon dioxide rich. If that's true, I wonder if opening our way into here, where there's some oxygen at the top, would mean that the oxygen here would make its way up and the carbon dioxide here would make its way down, and we'd end up with just a cavity that's full of carbon dioxide. I don't know, just a theory. Alright, so we've got oxygen. I suppose the next thing we want is an outhouse, apparently. I mean, I can understand why they would be keen for that. Must be periodically emptied of polluted dirt, but does not require pipes. Okay. Wait, so when I build something... Oh, I suppose when I build something, the air is still there. Yes, that's why we can see here manual generator, and it's telling you that there's oxygen there. That makes sense. Okay, where do we want to build the outhouse then? Also, another thing I'm wondering is, with these ladders, can I like build a tile over it and them still be able to use the ladder? Let's find out. So I'm thinking about floors. Like, if this tile has meant that they can't now use the ladder, then that would imply that wherever I want to have a ladder, I have to have a hole in the floor, which is suboptimal. I guess we could... I want to test to see if they can actually get up there, really. Ooh, spindly grub fruit plant. Interesting. Plenty of breathable air in there. I'm also thinking about where we want to build stuff. I assume that... I do like the metal effect. Why it's so shiny. I'm also thinking we probably want to build them bedrooms. I don't know where we want to build bedrooms. Would that be under furniture? Cot. Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay. So for now, we may change this later. We'll put the outhouse here. Oh, maybe I won't be allowed. If I tell them to build it in an occupied space, will they dig things out automatically? Yes, okay. That's good to know. I hope this game's going to continue to hold my hand for a little while longer. Okay, we have an outhouse built. I can use the dig tool and the build menu in the lower left of the screen to begin planning my first construction tasks. Once I've placed a few errands, my duplicants will automatically get to work without me needing to direct them individually. Okay. Duplicants have limited jumping... Oh, I like this, that they've got videos in-game. That's a nice tutorial feature. Duplicants have limited jumping and climbing abilities. They can only climb 2 tiles high and cannot fit into spaces shorter than 2 tiles or cross gaps wider than 1 tile. I should keep this in mind while placing errands. To check if an errand I've placed is accessible, I can select a duplicant and click Show Navigation to view all areas within their reach. Oh dear. Oh, that was a super adorable little video. So you say show navigation. Does that mean that they can't climb any higher? I think so. Okay, so if I ask you to deconstruct that... Oh, the ladder's gone. So that does suggest that we need to have holes in the floor wherever we have ladders. Which is fine, we can work with that, but that's important to establish. Yes, you can see now that they can get up there now. Okay, I see. So then they're going to want another ladder there. Right. Okay. Well, there's another tutorial, isn't there? Everything a colony needs to get going is found in the ground. Instructing duplicants to dig out areas means we can find food, mine resources to build infrastructure, and clear space for the colony to grow. I can access the dig tool with G, which allows me to select the area where I want my duplicants to dig. One thing I think they could do... nah, it's fine. I was going to say they could show you what the shortcuts are when you look at the icons, but to be fair, if you hover over them, they do. So that's probably good enough. Duplicants will need to gain the super hard digging skill to mine abyssalite and the super duper hard digging skill to mine diamond and obsidian. These skill names. Without the proper skills, these materials will be undiggable. These look like really useful tools. Could do with some of those in real life. Oh dear. I do like those videos. They're adorably quaint. Okay, so what are we doing now? The tutorial seemed to have stopped for the moment, but we've got oxygen being generated, which is a jolly good thing. Although it does raise the question, what do we do when we run out of algae? I mean, there's tons of algae for now, but that won't be forever. But we'll worry about that when it becomes an issue. We're generating oxygen. They have an outhouse. The next thing I would have thought is build a nice bedroom for them. Yeah, I guess I'll have them dig this way and then we'll turn it into a bedroom. Perhaps. Seems like it could be a good idea. Oh, I need to get this right. Yeah, it'd be that. Yes, that's the idea, isn't it? What's he complaining about? Is that rock too hard for them to dig through? Local colony lacks hard digging skill. Unreachable dig. Okay. So that's this stuff. Granite. Okay, they can't dig granite. So it would seem. Is there a path to there which doesn't involve going through granite? There is, I think, but it would mean going up and back down, which probably isn't worth it. Okay, that's fine. What else could we try? Is this oxygen rich? Reasonably. I'm just looking for a large enough area, really. That's full of carbon dioxide, which is less than ideal. I don't really want to open up that cavity. Okay, what if we wanted the bedroom to be here-ish? Maybe not that exact spot, but around there. Above where we are right now, but without breaking that cavity. What gas is in there? Carbon dioxide. So I'm trying to make sure that there's a gap of at least 2 before any of these pockets that we don't want to deal with for the bedroom, because I assume we're going to want to make the wall, ceiling and floor all be tiles. I don't know if that is actually worth it. But the point is, if I had the bedroom, say, here, then when they're doing the ceiling, they'd have to dig out the algae here in order to put tiles there, which would then release the carbon dioxide. And I don't really know how to deal with carbon dioxide yet, so I'm trying to avoid that. Oh, what about over here, actually? Because we've already got a bit of a ladder here. This would seem like a sensible place to put the bedroom. Yeah. In fact, and then the floor becomes... the floor doubles up with the ceiling here. So that's very convenient. In fact, couldn't I just tell them to build the ladder directly? Like so. Yes. This seems to be working. I do find it a bit odd that ladders don't appear to have a material cost, whereas, for example, the oxygen generator did. Wait, it's not showing it. How do I check how much stuff costs then? Ah. Okay. So this is costing us sandstone to build ladders. That's fine. We have plenty of sandstone. In fact, we're probably mining out quite a lot of sandstone just to make room for the ladders. Right, wasn't there some sort of door? In cases areas without blocking liquid or gas flow. Wild critters cannot pass through doors. Right, that's probably what we want then. Oh, did you notice that falling down? That's just sand. And the sand fell down. Like so. And then they had to dig it out. But they automatically started digging it out without me telling them to. Why are they running away? Are they just super hungry? Okay then. I think that is the problem. It was a bit weird how they all became really hungry simultaneously. But hey ho. Wait, what happened to all the carbon dioxide? Oh. I have a theory now You know what I was saying earlier about the carbon dioxide being heavier than the oxygen, and so therefore it's probably sinking to the bottom? I wonder if there's also rules about gas pressure, whereby, if, say you had two... Each tile can only have one gas, so far as we can tell. Supposing you had two adjacent tiles, which were the same gas but low pressure, like carbon dioxide, and they were surrounded by a higher pressure gas. I wonder if the game would then combine the two tiles into one tile of higher pressure gas, and then let the so in this case the carbon dioxide into a higher pressure carbon dioxide tile, and then have the higher pressure gas that surrounds it drop in pressure. I'm just saying that because I noticed most of the carbon dioxide that's down here is gone. It all seems to be in one place. It seems to have combined. And that's the only way that makes sense to me. Interesting if true. Oh, they're sleeping. So it's night. Hopefully there won't be any problems with them sleeping on the floor. Oh, I guess we want to tell them to build a battery as well. In order that any power that we don't use gets saved. Seems like that could be a good idea. I don't know how power flow works in this game. I don't know, for example, whether that battery will be able to power that oxygen diffuser. The interesting thing is, if I'm right about how the gases work, that each tile can only have one gas, but that it will tend to combine lower pressure areas into higher pressure areas if it's surrounded by a different higher pressure gas. One would assume it would work the other way around. So if we used up all the oxygen, and so the oxygen pressure dropped, presumably that would mean that the carbon dioxide would start expanding again. I guess we can just skip past a load of this. We don't need to watch them sleeping. We're going to need to do something about food. Oh, germs and diseases. Germs such as food poisoning and slime lung can cause disease in my duplicants. I can use a germ overlay to view all germ concentrations in my colony and even detect the sources spawning them. Building wash basins from the medicine tap near colony toilets will tell my duplicants they need to wash up. Okay. So there's a danger of food poisoning coming from the outhouse. That makes sense. What was it? You said a wash basin. Under medicine. Remove some germs from duplicants. Okay. Do I want to put that there? Maybe not. Because it's close to that water there. Colony requires food. The colony will exhaust their supplies without a new food source. Microbe mushers can be built from the food tab. Okay. Microbe mushers it is. Where was the food tab? There. Okay. If they're preparing food, then we're going to want them... Wait, what's it complaining about? Insufficient resources, water. How do I collect water? Fetching water. By building a pitcher pump from the plumbing tab over a pool of liquid, my duplicants will be able to bottle it up and manually deliver it wherever it needs to go. Okay. So where's that? Pitcher pump. So yeah, pitcher pump. Manually dumps liquid into bottles for transport. How do I place it though? Oh, like so. Okay, we can probably make that work. Alright. Dig that out, I guess, and then we'll move that down. And then I'm thinking about, we're going to have to extend the floor over here. And once we've done that... Actually, do I need to tell them to deconstruct this? Yes, because it's floating in the air. Excellent. Right. So, plumbing. This thing. This thing goes there. Then we're going to want to make sure we have a way to get there. Which is presumably through here. Which means we're going to need to put some tiles down. That's going to flood. Oh well, I can't change the last tile then. I just have to leave it the way it is. So that will then get them the water they need for the wash basin. I still haven't got the bedrooms done. Annoyingly. Right, where was tile? There's tile. And the door. There was a door thing we could build, wasn't there? Right, so that'll be the bedroom area. We still need to... Hello, Pengy. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're having a good night. It does look interesting. I've only just started. Right, they're going to need a kitchen area, aren't they? I guess that may as well be down here. And I imagine we want it to be tiled. Actually, if I'm right about how the gases work... Oh, that is actually quite high pressure carbon dioxide, isn't it? So that won't... If I release this, it won't end up... compressing as much as the carbon dioxide over here did, wherever that's gone. Has it completely vanished? Okay, that challenges my theory about how the gases worked in this game. Maybe it's the oxygen diffuser? No, because that works on algae, doesn't it? Oh well, what's the worst that could happen? There we go. Wait, what's that? Hatch. Status idle, wild, mood satisfied. Egg chances. Hatchling egg, stone hatchling egg, sage hatchling egg. Hatches excrete solid coal as waste and may be uncovered by digging up buried objects. Digestion, diet, sand, sandstone, clay, etc, etc, etc. It does include things that actually are food, though. Like raw egg, meat, plant meat. How do you have plant meat? Capture method wrangling. I guess we'll wrangle it. Okay. We'll have to see how that goes. I'm pretty sure there was someone we had here that was supposed to be very, very good at... Wait, where did that creature go? It's disappeared. What was I saying? I'm pretty sure we did have someone here that was supposed to be very good at wrangling. Bed 03. So the game's now mad at me about not having given them all beds. That reminds me, they need food as well, don't they? So let's make sure this gets built. Actually. Wait, can I not cancel this? Why can I not cancel this? There we go. I'm just thinking, can I send wires through tiles? Maybe. It looks like possibly I can, so perhaps down here would be a better spot for the microbe musher. We'll have to see how that goes. Let's see if they actually create a hole in the floor, or if they actually pass a wire through. May as well speed them up a bit while we wait. Only danger is perhaps I'm not prioritizing their tasks appropriately, because they're doing a lot of building and these are things we want to build, but for example I think they've run out of food and I don't have the microbe masher done yet. Can I change their priority? Yes. Oh, that's a nice little system. I like the fact that I can just click and drag to make things priority. Why the switch? Which switch? Sorry. Oh, I see. Oh, I finished Frostpunk. I finished the main quest on Frostpunk, so I was moving on to a different game. I mean, we may play Frostpunk at some point in the future. I'm sure there's a lot more we could do in it, but that particular playthrough was a success. It was good. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was good. Reasonably challenging, but we got there in the end. Interesting world. Right, why does this battery have no power? Oh, was it not properly wired up? There we go, that'll be why. Did you buy all the add-ons for Frostpunk? There are like half a dozen. I don't know. Let me check. Right, Frostpunk. Oh, I see. Frostpunk the Rifts, Frostpunk the Last Autumn, Frostpunk on the Edge. No, I didn't buy any of those. So yeah, there's even more reason to come back to it at some point. Why do you not have power yet? Wires. I've added a new entry to my log, Cycle 3. Cycle 3, I've almost synthesized enough ooze to print a new duplicate. Once the ooze is ready, all I'll have left to do is choose a blueprint. It'd be helpful to have an extra set of hands around the colony, but having another duplicate also means another mouth to feed. Of course, I could always print supplies to help my existing duplicates instead. I'm sure they would appreciate it. Yes, supplies, please. I don't think I'm good enough at this game to really benefit from an extra duplicate right now. Can I request one or the other? Oh, blimey. I have no idea what this is. Interesting. Maybe I don't get to choose. Maybe they choose for me. I can't see anywhere to ask what they're going to print. Right, I was worrying about the power, wasn't I? Why this isn't connected up. Because I can see that I've done something here. Ah, the battery's charging. Right, what's the trouble now? With the microbe masher? I don't know. Oh, no workable order. So it wants me to ask it to make something? Oh, you're currently turning copper ore into food, are you? Okay. Oh, I see. Right. Mush bar, an edible putrefied mud slop. Mush bars are preferred to starvation, but only just barely. Lice loaf, meal lice compacted into a dense immobile loaf, or tofu, a bland curd made from nosh beans. So, oh, sorry, I take it back. About the material, that's what the machine itself was built out of, I think. So a mush bar, we can turn dirt and water into a bar worth 800 calories. Or we could turn meal lice and water into a lice loaf worth 1,700 calories. Or we could turn nosh beans and water into tofu worth 3,600 calories. Well, it's going to have to be mush bars, isn't it? Because we don't really have anything else available. And now it's no longer complaining. I just realised something, though. So far, this game hasn't done anything to put us under time pressure, has it? Let's get their bedroom sorted, actually. While we wait. We haven't had any... We haven't been told we have to do anything in a given space of time. The conditions aren't getting worse over time, like they were in Frostpunk. We haven't been just randomly attacked at any period, like you do in RimWorld. We don't seem to be under any time pressure, so what's to stop me from just taking this really, really slowly and carefully? Insufficient oxygen generation. My colony is consuming more oxygen than it is producing and will run out of air if I do not increase production. I should check my existing oxygen production buildings to ensure they are operating correctly. Oxygen produced last cycle, 84 kilograms. Consumed last cycle, 240 kilograms. Interesting. Well, we've got enough oxygen around the place right now that's not an immediate worry. But that's definitely something that we're going to want to look into. Building entombment. An exceptionally advanced bioprinter of unknown origins. Oh, these buildings are entombed and need to be dug out. Oh, I see. How do I do that then? Like so? It would seem so. And I was going to have them build some cots, wasn't I? So that they have somewhere sensible to sleep. Oh wow, there's barely enough room. The bedroom I've built is barely big enough for all three of their beds. Goodness me. Hatch 1, burrowed, wild, mood satisfied, pending wrangle. Oh, so that's where it went. It burrowed. I see. How are we doing for algae? We've got plenty of algae. For now. 188 germs, food poisoning. Interesting. Max gas pressure. High ambient gas pressure is preventing this building from emitting gas. Reduce pressure by pumping gas away or clearing more space. Ah ha ha ha! So that was the problem with us using up more oxygen than we were producing. The gas pressure's too high. Okay, that makes sense. That's probably a good problem to have then. Alright, let's expand the base. I don't see why not. I would like you to build those beds though. I don't know what task that even is. I don't know why there's a task associated with the door. Maybe it's just using the door. Good, the beds are being made. I should probably make unentombing this building a priority as well. Since it's supposed to be printing out a duplicant for us. Or supplies. 1 bed, 1 bath. Have at least 1 bed and 1 toilet for each duplicant in the colony. Wonderful. The food my duplicants cook will only ever be as clean as the ingredients used to make it. Storing food in sterile or refrigerated environments will keep food free of germs, while carefully placed hygiene stations like the wash basin or shower will prevent the cooks from infecting the food by handling it. Dangerous contaminated food can be sent to compost by clicking the compost button on the selected item. Have to try and remember that. And we have an achievement. Wonderful. That reminds me, can we level anybody right now? You're gaining experience. Yeah, they're all gaining experience, but none of them have any skill points available. I search my incoming message history and find a single entry. I move the old message into my database. New database entry discovered. Evacuation notice. Encryption level none. Attention, all Gravitas personnel. Evacuation protocol in effect. Reactor meltdown in bioengineering imminent. Remain calm and proceed to emergency exits. Do not attempt to use elevators. I don't know why we're seeing that at this point, but there you go. Next production, 0.3 cycles. Okay. I guess because it was entombed, it couldn't... It stopped producing, I would guess. Look at all these resources just lying around on the ground. Do I need to build some sort of storage? Is that a thing? Storage bin. Stores solid materials of your choosing. And something about a shower wasn't there. We don't seem to have the ability to build a shower yet. Oh, we'll need a research station, I would assume. Conducts a novice research to unlock new technologies. Sounds good to me. These sound effects. What was I going to make? A storage bin. Where do we want that to be? I guess somewhere central, like here. Yeah, that'll do. I've added a new entry to my log, evacuation notice. We've seen that. Well, we seem to be doing alright for now. Oh, blimey. Oh no, there's not as many nutrient bars as I... Sorry, there's not as many mush bars as I thought. The nutrient bars they must have come with. Yes. Looks like that's the case. Excellent. Why are you idle, Bubbles? Oh well, it's night time anyway. Next production in 35 seconds. So what's it going to print? Well, I guess we're about to find out. Oh, do I get to choose now? Choose a blueprint. I do. So, we could get Ellie. Interest ranching. Which gives her +9 husbandry. Trait uncultured. Increases decor morale bonus. Cannot do decorating errands. Biohazardous. Decreased germ resistance. Squeamish. Cannot do doctoring errands. Stress reaction destructive, sorry. Overjoyed response. Sticker bomber. Nothing makes an Ellie happier than a big tin of glitter and a pack of unicorn stickers. Or Frankie. Interest cooking. +9 cuisine. Traits night owl. Gains nighttime attribute bonuses. Unpracticed artist. Decreased creativity. Increased decor morale bonus. Stress reaction destructive. Overjoyed response. Sparkle streaker. There's nothing Frankies are more proud of than their thick dignified eyebrows. Or mallow seed. Care package. The seed of a mellow mallow. Digging out buried objects may uncover a mallow seed. Or care package Joya seed. The seed of a jumping Joya. Digging out buried objects may uncover a Joya seed. I guess the mallow seed? I don't know how we... I don't want an extra person right now. We're not prepared. But I don't know how we actually use seeds. So I guess we'll find out. Data bank. Interesting. Raw data that can be processed into data analysis research points. Okay. Right, so how would I go about planting something? Base, oxygen, power, food, plumbing, ventilation, refinement, medicine, furniture, stations. None of them jump out at me as an option. Perhaps we need to wait till the research station's built and then we can see if there's like a garden or something we can research to plant the seeds in. Basic farming. I mean, that sounds like what we would need. Meal preparation, ranching. Agriculture, food repurposing, animal control, gourmet meal preparation, etc. It does go on quite a ways. Blimey, there is a lot here that we can potentially research. Ah, so that's how this works. Novice research is required to unlock basic technologies. It can be conducted at a research station. I'm trying to figure out why is it only food technology that we seem to be able to research right now. Oh, it's not. That's just what's highlighted. Okay, I see. That makes more sense. So how do I know when something isn't novice? I don't know. Does this have some sort of main storyline or end goal? You know, I've been wondering the same thing. I do hope there is a definite end to the game. We did... Where was it? When we just started the game, it did actually specify a series of, like, 5 story traits. I don't know how I'd get back to those. I'll have a look for that in a moment. So currently I'm thinking the blue stuff here, that might be novice research. And then perhaps the purple is, or the pink, is like some sort of more advanced research. And then yellow even more so, if you see what I mean. But I don't know how I'd confirm that. Oh well. Novice research is required to unlock basic technologies. Advanced research is required to unlock improved technologies. Okay, yes, that does seem to be what's going on here. Alright, let's go for basic farming and food preparation, first of all. That seems like a good place for us to start. Right. That's the star map, isn't it? Where would I look up story information? I wonder. The database, perhaps? Story traits? Yes, I think this is the one. So, ancient specimen. This asteroid has a few skeletons in its geological closet. Track down the fossilized fragments of an ancient critter to assemble key pieces of Gravitas history and unlock a new resource. Undiscovered. More research or exploration is required. Biobot Builder. Reboot an ambitious collaborative project spearheaded by Gravitas' bioengineering and robotics departments. If correctly rebuilt, it could save duplicant lives. Lots undiscovered there, apparently. Critter Fluxomatic. Explore a revolutionary genetic manipulation device designed for critters. Whether or not it was ever used on non-critter subjects is unclear. Its DNA database has been wiped clean. Mysterious Hermit. Discover a reclusive character living in a Gravitas relic and persuade them to join this colony. Revelations from their past could have far-reaching implications for duplicants everywhere. Even their makeshift shelter might be of some use. And Somnium Synthesizer. Power up a colossal relic from Gravitas' underground sleep lab. When duplicants sleep, their minds are blissfully blank and dream-free. But under the right conditions, things could be different. So that appears to be the main story, and I think these are just like 5 quests that I complete when I'm able to. It is a pleasure to meet you, Jedi Pokey. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It depends how spoilerish you think it is. I'm not desperate to find out right now, but equally, I'm not too bothered. My guess is that, as I say, these are essentially, the story is formed out of quests, which I just complete at my own rate. Could be wrong. Okie dokie. Oops. Wonderful news. So far, my main priority is just trying to keep them alive. Is there lots of carbon dioxide down here by any chance? Yes. Is that going to be a problem? Holding breath. I do hope they can hold their breath long enough. Oh, I bet a bunch of... Oh no, a bunch of carbon dioxide can't have made its way in from here yet. Because we haven't destroyed that block yet. I guess this is all the carbon dioxide they've been producing. At some point I'm going to have to do something about that. That was weird. I don't know why that just flashed. I enjoy watching new playthroughs to see how bad I was at it. You don't look too well. Okay, you were just getting your breath. That's fine. I feel like I've got the gas management all wrong. I feel like they're not supposed to be having to hold their breath whenever they're down here. Okay, there is actually a really simple solution to this. It's not a great solution, but it is a solution. And that would be just build a lower area. One that I've built exclusively for the, oh dear, purpose of storing a bunch of carbon dioxide. Since carbon dioxide does seem to sink. Speed up the conversion of polluted dirt into polluted oxygen. Interesting. I don't know what happened to all that polluted dirt they've been producing, to be perfectly honest. What's that complaining about? We'll have a look at that in a second. Right, this can be the carbon dioxide storage area for now. Oh, that's Hatch again. Local colony lacks critter ranching 1. Oh, I see. That's why I wasn't able to wrangle them. That makes sense. Did I not ask for a ladder here? Oh, apparently I can't. Okay. Deconstruct that then. Thank you. And we'll stick a ladder in. Where's priorities? Let's get that all hooked up. Right, we should be capable of research now. What's this complaining about? Filters not designated. That's the wrong one. Sweep only. Only store objects marked sweep. All standard. Non-standard. All standard. For now. Excellent. They should be cleaning up now. So the place won't be absolutely filthy all the time. That's the hope anyway. Is this out of power by any chance? Yep. Well, they're still alive. So we can't complain. I hope they are actually producing enough food to keep themselves going. I don't know how I would check that. How do I even check what's in here? Wait, did you just get food poisoning, Bubbles? Nope. I don't know why that said food poisoning. What was I thinking? Ah, there's the contents. That all seems reasonable. Okay, we're definitely losing food net. But, I don't think we're losing it all that quickly. Presumably, once they dig all this out, they'll get more dirt. I assume that's where dirt comes from, although this all appears to be sandstone. Oh, that's dirt. Oh. Well, hopefully they'll research the whole, research how to make, what was it, Agriculture 1 or whatever it was called? Basic farming soon, and then it won't be a problem anymore. Where's priorities? Oh wow. Didn't mean for that to be on 9. Right, so hopefully they'll make a priority of generating power, and they'll make a priority of doing some research. I would hope. Oh wow, it looks like they've almost filled up the storage bin already. Guess I'll need another one. Oops. Ooh, it's a different colour. Yes, please make sure you put things in the storage bin. And they are doing research and they are generating power, which is exactly what we wanted. Now, are you going to stop generating power once the battery is filled? Yes. Excellent. See, they're actually quite clever, which is really nice. The carbon dioxide situation's not great, is it? Is this all dirt by any chance? No, it's sandstone. That's a shame. How much longer before we can print something again? 1.5 cycles. Okie doke. Blimey, it's taking them a long time to store everything, isn't it? I've got a bad feeling they're going to fill up that storage bin as well. Oh well. Suppose I had better ask them to build another storage bin. Oh, that one's colour's changed. It's the same colour as the first one now. I wonder what that's about. Wait, is there carbon dioxide over here? Yes. Although I don't know why. I think the gas management situation is reaching a critical point. Or at least they've still got plenty of oxygen up here. My decision to build the bedroom very high up seems to have been a sensible one. Polluted oxygen. What do I do about polluted oxygen? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I probably need more technology for that. Oxygen. Uses sand to filter polluted oxygen from the air, reducing disease spread. Yes, so that's probably what we need, I would guess. Okay. Let's change their priorities a bit here, because the amount of time they're spending gasping for breath is a problem. Get the carbon dioxide bunker built. My goodness me, there's a lot of carbon dioxide. Oh, and I haven't been getting them to generate enough oxygen either. Okay, that needs to be dealt with. Hang on. That's probably why the carbon dioxide is spreading so much. I speculated earlier that high pressure gases may push low pressure gases together into a smaller number of tiles, and I even said I wonder if it works the other way. I wonder if that means if for example, the oxygen pressure drops too much, then the carbon dioxide will expand. I think that's probably exactly what happened. So if we can get the oxygen generation up, then the sheer pressure of it will probably force the carbon dioxide into a smaller space. hopefully, this cavity. Let's hope that is how it actually works. Because there's a lot of speculation on my part there. I've set that to high priority so that they actually deal with the polluted stuff. Hopefully that's how that works. There we go. We're still a bit low on air. How are we doing on algae? Oh, this menu's changed. We have so many resources now, it's not bothering to show them all. Just in a list here. We have to go into a special menu. That's interesting. Having a dynamic UI like that changes the way it displays things depending upon how practical it is. Where's the algae? Yeah, we're doing alright for algae for now. Oh, it even gives you a graph of how your resources have been. For each resource, it will tell you how you've been doing for that resource over time. That's really handy. Yeah, the oxygen pressure's going up. Oh, are we ready to print a blueprint? So we could have May, Iron Gut, immune to food poisoning, green thumb, increased agriculture, nyctophobic, requires light to sleep. I suppose that's nyctophobic? Probably. Stress reaction vomiter, overjoyed response, super productive. There's nothing May can't do if she sets her mind to it. She actually sounds pretty good. Care package, briar seed. Gosman, interest decorating. Oh, sorry, digging was May's interest. Gosman, decorating +10. Buff, increased strength. Iron Gut, immune to food poisoning. Slow learner, decreased science. Stress reaction, vomiting. Overjoyed response, sparkle streaker. I don't know what that is, but still. Gosmans are major goofballs who can make anyone laugh. Or Bert, interest cooking, cuisine +9. Traits handy, increased construction. Unempathetic, decreased medicine. Stress reaction, binge eater, overjoyed response, sticker bomber. This bird always feels great after a bubble bath and a good long cry. I think we want May. Does mean we'll be continuing the theme of only having female crew members. But I do like the sound of that increased agriculture since that's where we want to move towards. That does mean I'm going to have to increase the size of the bedroom though. Which is going to be problematic. Especially with all that carbon dioxide I'm about to release. But I don't see a way around it, to be honest. What am I looking for? Tile, probably. There we go. Well, the carbon dioxide is sinking, as we'd hoped. They're actually doing alright for air up here now. Down here, there's still a carbon dioxide problem. I'll have them dig that out. That'll improve the situation a bit. Since there'll be more space for the carbon dioxide to occupy. Hang on. Priorities. What I might do is build them a cot in a different area, just temporarily. That's probably the most sensible way to handle this. So at least they have a cot. And then eventually we'll get round to building this area. Because I don't think if I asked them all to rush this area today, they'd get it done in time, to be honest. Oh, another storage bin they've nearly filled. Yeah, it looks like they're not going to be able to store it all. Most probably. Default schedule, downtime. Duplicants assigned to default schedule have started their downtime block. During downtime shifts, my duplicants... Sorry, during downtime shifts, my duplicants, they may do... Okay, never mind. Cycle 7 report ready. Calorie generation's very low. Yeah, and we're nearly out of food. Oxygen generation. We are adding more oxygen than we're using, so that's good. Okay. Let me get the priorities thing again. I guess I need to make sure they know food generation is important. Still have a carbon dioxide problem down here. Oh, we've done well on food. Could you prioritize taking that out, please, so that I can build another storage bin? In fact, I can probably just do that. Excellent. I wonder if we can get some sort of advanced storage later on that can store a lot more. That would be handy. Right, looks like they've nearly managed to store all the stuff. What's all that swirly stuff? Is that supposed to be showing me gas flow or something? I wonder. Looks like they've nearly managed to store everything that there is to store. 4 storage bins later. Oh dear, are you ill? Where's May? It'd be under vitals, wouldn't it? Not main, bubbles. Food poisoning, yes, you're ill. We will have to look into that. I don't think it's as much a priority as making sure we get the carbon dioxide situation sorted, but it is a concern. Let's make sure that gets dug out, because that's going to help with the oxygen. Cycle 8 report ready. How have we done? You didn't produce any calories. I don't think that's possible given how many calories we have in storage. That's confusing. Oxygen generation was still just barely positive. How are we doing for algae? Algae. We're gonna need some more soon. We'll get some more when we increase the size of the bedroom. How do I actually check the power situation, thinking about it? Heat production? This game's tracking heat as well. Oh. I didn't realise that. That may end up becoming an issue. Let's build another oxygen diffuser. I really want to nip this oxygen problem in the bud. I realise we won't be producing enough power to have 2 oxygen diffusers on and the microbe musher, but they're not using the microbe musher all the time. Duplicant skills, you say? Oh, does everyone have a skill point? Everyone has a skill point available, even the new member of the crew. Okay. What do I want them to be good at? Hard digging wouldn't be a bad idea. Right, I can see their skills here. So you're already good at digging, so we'll give you hard digging. Catalina, what are you good at? Husbandry. I guess that's connected to ranching? Yeah. So you get improved farming. Bubbles. Medicine. Or I could give you advanced research. Medicine compounding. Bubbles, apothecary usage, +2 medicine. Well, we don't have an apothecary yet, but may as well. Ruby, you're the all-rounder, so I'll probably have you get the advanced research. Excellent. Excellent. Right, now they in theory should be really able to get on top of the oxygen situation. Oh, and they're on top of the food situation, that's good. Right, where's the priority thing? Let's make this whole area a slight priority. Because we're going to get more algae from doing it. Oxygen levels are definitely going up. I'm glad I don't have to support structures properly. As far as I'm aware, I don't have to worry about this collapsing. Oh, I just noticed the water levels are going down, aren't they? I wanted to be careful about that. Perhaps that's what's going to get me in the end. I was saying before about how this game doesn't seem to have put me under any sort of time pressures, but perhaps the time pressure is that your resources are limited, and you only have until those resources are used up to complete your story traits. Food, rooms, decor and recreation all have an effect on duplicant morale. Good experiences improve their morale, while poor experiences lower it. When a duplicant's morale is below their expectations, they become stressed. Duplicants' expectations will get higher as they are given new skills. Oh. And the colony will have to be improved to keep up their morale. An overview of morale and stress can be viewed on the vital screen. So they're getting more stressed because I leveled them up, I think. Oh, is it the printer that gives them more skills? So eating better food helps them manage their stress? Okay, so we're gonna have to build recreational facilities for them. Understood. Right, let's have a look at that report. Again, it's claiming that we didn't create as many calories as we used, but I just don't believe that. Something odd is going on there. We haven't removed any germs. I don't know how we actually do that, but people are getting food poisoning, so that's something we may want to look into. Oxygen generation, yeah, we're definitely positive. Not majorly positive, but we are positive. Let's get that done. Oh, that's a mush bar, I see. Alright, they don't seem to be getting anything like enough done. So maybe I bring down the priority on the storage bins? Because it's not like the place is just covered with stuff like it used to be. I do want them to actually store things though, not just leave them there. Right, how are we doing for algae? I see clear new mealwood seed. Interesting. Clear new, so it's only new items that appear on this menu. I see, that's how that works. Oh, we're out of algae. That's bad. Because that would mean an end to the oxygen. Let's have another cot built. There we go. And I do want that actually built. And that can be deconstructed whenever they feel like it. Oh, an egg. Are we completely out of algae? No. We're just not doing great for algae right now. Oh, new printables. An innocent little hatchling. In time it will mature into an adult hatch. Interesting. The joyous seed I'm not that interested in, but then I don't know what it actually does. Lindsay. Oh, she has 2 skills. We've seen people with 3 skills and 1 skills, but this is the first one we've seen with 2. So, operating, +5 machinery, tidying, +5 strength, caregiver, increased medicine, unpracticed artist, decreased creativity, increased decon morale bonus, biohazardous, decreased germ resistance, stress reaction, ugly crier, overjoyed response, sticker bomber. Lindsay is a charming woman, unless you make the mistake of messing with one of her friends. Or Ashkan, interests, suit wearing, athletics +14, goodness me. Traits, radiation eater, converts radiation exposure into calories. That sounds amazing. Trypophobia, cannot do digging errands. Shabby dresser, decreased decor. Unpracticed artist, decreased creativity, increased decor morale bonus. Stress reaction, binge eater, overjoyed response, sparkle streaker. Ashkans have what can only be described as a seriously infectious giggle. Well, we're not dealing with radiation right now, so even though Radiation Eater sounds amazing, that's probably not all that important. I don't like biohazardous. Honestly, maybe I will just take the Joya Seed, so we don't have another person to worry about right now. Meteor showers? Get ready to be underwhelmed. Thank you, Entor. Still can't clear all the carbon dioxide down here despite my best efforts. How's the research coming along? Not very well. The air quality in there is not that good. all of a sudden. Little worrying. Hopefully that'll correct itself. I'm hoping the carbon dioxide will leave and go down. Good, we are getting more research done. I feel like ventilation is going to be the next thing to research after we've got the farming. In fact, I might cancel meal preparation. Attribute increase. These duplicate attributes have improved. May, athletic skill level modifier increased by +1. Building lacks resources. Not anymore. Duplicant temperature. Environments that are extremely hot or cold affect my duplicant's internal body temperature and cause undue stress or unscheduled naps. Opening the temperature overlay and checking the thermal tolerance box allows me to view all areas where my duplicants will feel discomfort and be unable to regulate their internal body temperature. Okay. I mean, looks fine to me. That uranium ore is chilly. Didn't I ask that bed to be deconstructed? Can I assign a bed to somebody? Never mind. Let's make sure this gets deconstructed. Right, so you can get at least 3 destroyed before having to go up for air. Right, so that's increased the area of the carbon dioxide bunker, which should hopefully lower the carbon dioxide levels again. Algae we're doing okay for now. Definitely need to collect more soon though. Where's the biggest? That's probably the biggest deposit of algae in the area. Does this have oxygen in? It does. Research complete! Eureka, we've discovered basic farming technology. New buildings have become available. Algae terrarium, planter box, Russian box, compost. Right. Research. Ventilation, I think. So we'll get gas pipes, gas bridge, gas pumps, and gas vent. Okay. Algae terrarium consumes algae to produce oxygen and removes some carbon dioxide. That sounds good. Is this some sort of oxygen overlay? So I guess I would want it down here in the oxygen... Sorry, the carbon dioxide bunker. Because that way... Because that's where we're going to have the most carbon dioxide. Which is what it wants. It wants to turn carbon dioxide into oxygen. I would assume. Planter box grows one plant from a seed. I would also love one of them. So I could make meal wood. Or I could make... What happened to the other seed we had? I could have sworn we had another seed. Mallow seeds. Why can I not plant a mallow seed? Is a mallow seed too advanced? I suppose so. That's the only explanation I can think of. It requires radiation. This plant will stop growing if it's exposed... Oh, if it's exposed to more radiation. That makes sense. This plant produces edible meal lice. Okay. Why can I not plant it? I don't know. Insufficient resource water? Well, that should sort itself out. Oh, do you know what I haven't been doing? I haven't adjusted their schedules to take account of which ones want to be up at night and which ones want to be up in the day. Actually, maybe that's a bad idea with so few people, because if we spread them out... no, we'll try it. We'll see what happens. My concern is that that might cause problems with, like, the generator being such a high priority, because people may end up... Because, like... when they're awake, someone's almost always tied up on the generator, for example. And so if we had some of them up at night and some of them up in the day, my concern is that we'd end up having not enough work getting done, because because if one person is concentrating on the generator and there's only 2 people that are up, that's half the workforce gone. But we'll see. That maybe it won't work out that way. Right, how do I check the duplicant's traits again? I don't think it's vitals. Mouth breather. Night owl. So that's Ruby. Right, it's just Ruby then that would like to be up at night, I think. What does alarm off or on mean? I don't know. Night owl. Okay. How do I tell... I guess I just shift them by 12? So if I shifted them by 12, that would go... Well, 3, 6, 9, 12? I must have done that wrong. So, 3, 6, 9, 12. That looks more like it. Then they're going to be doing... Where does this end up? 3, 6, 9, 12. That ends up there. Right, I think that's the same schedule shifted. I don't know why they only seem to sleep for 3 hours a day. It's very concerning. It says alarm off. But I don't know why, and I don't know how I'd change that. Well, we'll see how that goes. That may be the wrong way to do it. Goodness me, we're 12 days in already, and we've not accomplished very much. It claims we haven't produced any food again, but I disagree. Oxygen generation isn't that brilliant. We're not producing oxygen that much more quickly than we're using it, allegedly. It does seem a lot like the carbon dioxide that's in there's trapped. Ah, some of it is going down though. So it seems like it's a semi-random movement. How much algae do we have? Not enough. Right, okay. Let's move the priority up of digging this out. And we're going to do that in order that we can dig up and go for more algae. Definitely want all of that. Actually, maybe I'll build a ladder here. Excellent. Wait, what's going on here? Wasp basin, polluted water. Polluted water is dirty, and filtered water is not for consumption. Specific heat capacity. Oh my goodness. This game really is going in for the physics simulations, isn't it? What do I do with polluted water? I have no idea. Oh dear, Ruby is not looking very well. Reduces polluted dirt and other combustibles down into dirt. Okay, so if we have a bunch of polluted dirt, that's what to do with it. I haven't been paying enough attention. Has Ruby actually been keeping to a different schedule to everyone else? Yes. Ruby's cuisine level raised to +1. Ruby's athletic skill raised to +2. Oh, very good morale. Especially under the circumstances. Oh, and a skill point available. Field research or astronomy? I don't think we need either of those right now. I might come back to that later. These duplicants want to use an outhouse or lavatory that is out of order. Well, that shouldn't be difficult to fix. Polluted water. Tell me more. Polluted water slowly emits polluted oxygen, which accelerates the spread of disease. Oh, like my asthma. Duplicants will also be stressed by walking through polluted water, so I should have my duplicants clean up spills by clicking and dragging the mop tool. I see. Where's the mop tool? New printables available. Abe. Okay. Iron gut, immune to food poisoning, innately stylish, increased decor, irritable bowel. Okay. Stress reaction, ugly cry, overjoyed response, balloon artist. Apes are sweet, delicate flowers. They need to be treated gingerly with great consideration for their feelings. Frankie. Grease monkey, increased machinery, caregiver, increased medicine. Building impaired, decreased construction. Stress reaction destructive, overjoyed response, sparkle streaker. Hello, Chris. It's lovely to see you. How are you? There's nothing Frank is more proud of than their thick, dignified eyebrows. Water? We could just take a load of water. I mean, I don't see why not. Or Travaldo. Operating, +4 machinery. Building, +4 construction. Germ resistant, increased germ resistance. Unempathetic, decreased medicine. Stress reaction, vomiter. Overjoyed response, balloon artist. A Travaldo's monotonous voice and lack of facial expression makes it impossible for others to tell when he's messing with them. I don't think we want another person right now. I'll just take the water. Yeah, I'm doing alright. Thank you for asking. Let's get that mopped up. We don't want disease spreading if we can help it. We are making O2. Perhaps not as quickly as we would like to be, but we are. Well, quite honestly, I've seen Robert play quite often like a person in need of O2. Well, thank you, Entor. I'm still learning the game. This is my first ever time playing it. I see, so by mopping up the polluted water, we end up with bottles of polluted water. It'd be nice to know what I can do with those. Right, how's the gas looking? Still got a lot more carbon dioxide around than I'd like. Still, that's what these algae terrariums are for. What do the other buttons do? Power overlay. Ooh, that would have been nice to have known about before. Yeah, so in theory, if we were using everything, we wouldn't be generating enough power. What's this? Thermal overlay. What? Materials overlay. Okay. That's new. I see, I see. Interesting. What are we on now? Light overlay. Oh, I haven't been bothering to light anything. Have they been in the dark this whole time? No one's complained. Plumbing overlay. Well, we don't have a lot of plumbing going on, do we? Ventilation overlay. We don't have any of that. Decor overlay. Okay. Germ overlay. Oh dear. How do I deal with germs? Zombie spores? I don't like the sound of that. Farming overlay. We don't have a lot of that going on. Room overlay. Okay. And that apparently takes a screenshot. Wonderful. How are we doing for algae? We're out of algae. Okay. I will raise the priority of this then. Please make sure we get the algae. We do need that if we want oxygen. But there is a finite amount of algae on the map, so... At least so far as I can tell, unless the map goes on forever. So what's the long-term solution here? Do we move on to different ways to produce oxygen? Or is this a time limit? Get it done before it's too late. I don't know. Oh, that's the temperature overlay. Where's the gas overlay? There it is. Excellent. Research complete. We've discovered ventilation technology. Right, I've been waiting for this. Right, gas pump draws in gas and runs it through pipes. Gas pipe carries gas between outputs and intakes. Gas bridge runs one gas pipe section over another without joining them. And gas vent releases gas from gas pipes. How would I even want to use that? Good question. I was thinking, apparently wrongly, that we'd use vents to help speed up the transfer of gas between areas, like here and here, but apparently that's not how it works. There's a lot of oxygen there, so I guess I want to put a pipe here and try and bring as much oxygen up as I can. Probably. Where's ventilation? Here. So here? Ah, I see. I think. Isn't this an interesting adventure? Right, I think that would work. So I'll make sure they know this is a high priority build. And if I've done that correctly, I think all the oxygen that's being generated... What I should have done, of course, is just spread these out more. Spread them over the entire area instead of have them all in a corner. But I didn't. But what I'm thinking... That's not going to work the way I want it to. I probably need to build that higher up. Part of the problem is, where does the gas pump take the air in from? There we go, I think that would do it. I assume it's taking it in at that level. Are they going to be able to build that bit? Possibly not. Hold on. Deconstruct that then temporarily. So you can build the little bit you've just cut yourself off from. Oh, you need power. Okay, wires. Actually, we don't really have enough power, do we? Maybe I need a different manual generator up here? Oh, actually. We're just going to need to research new generator technology, aren't we? We can't really afford to have another person on the generator all the time. Alright, right, let's get those wires built. How much power do you take? A lot. Fine, we'll just deal with it. Oh, do you also need to deconstruct that so that you can actually get someone in there? Ironically, I don't think we even need the pump now I look at this. I think this setup's done it. Oh my goodness. Okay. If that's the case, let's deconstruct all this. Why is that not working? And cancel that. Deconstruct that. What I'll probably do then is deconstruct that. And where's tile? There's tile. Fill that back in, fill that back in. Because the oxygen that gets generated in this little corner makes its way up anyway. So it would seem. I wonder how many resources get wasted when we build something and then deconstruct it. I mean, we don't need the wires there anymore, but I don't suppose there's a really big reason to get rid of it. Oh yeah, you can see the airflow. That is what the weird swirly blue stuff is for. I did want that deconstructed. Is that what you're doing? Yes. Excellent. How's the algae coming along? Could be better. Right, let's make that a priority. Get us that algae. I think the main... Wait, did I even select any more research? I'm not sure I did. I was about to say, I think the main thing that we're not doing, that we need to be doing a lot more of, is researching. Jumbo battery. Switch. Wire bridge. Coal generator. Wood burner. Can we plant trees? I don't even know what we should be researching now. I feel like we need a better way of generating power, but do we have much coal? How much coal do we have? Really? None? I thought we had some. Yeah, we do. We do actually have quite a bit. Okay, that's the thing to research next then, I would have thought. Either that or something to help with hygiene. Produces medicine to cure most basic diseases. I mean, that would be good, but again, we need power. Provides a gathering place for duplicants during downtime. Produces items and equipment for duplicant use. Duplicants will not fabricate items unless recipes are queued. I think it's got to be the power, doesn't it? How are we doing for food? Right, it's dirt that we need lots of. How much dirt do we have? Enough for a little while, not loads. It's very notable how the carbon dioxide gets stuck in there and then can't leave. Ooh, we're quite positive on food, aren't we? Maybe I can put this down in priority now? And put research up in priority. Because a lot of that food's going to rot away. That's the trouble. Plumbing and ventilation. When connecting pipes for plumbing, it is useful to have the plumbing overlay selected. Each building which requires plumbing must have their building intake connected to the output pipe from a source such as a liquid pump. Liquid pumps must be submerged in liquid and attached to a power source to function. Buildings often output contaminated water which must flow out of the building through piping from the output pipe. The water can then be expelled through a liquid vent or filtered through a water sieve for reuse. Ventilation applies the same principles to gases. Select the ventilation overlay to see how gases are being moved around the colony. I can't tell if they're very laid back or tired. Right, so that's output, that's input. I see. That makes sense. Okay. New log entry. I've added a new entry to my log, cycle 15. As far as I can tell, we are hundreds of miles beneath the surface of the planet. Digging our way out will take some time. My duplicants will survive, for they are not meant for sustained underground living. Under what possible circumstances could my pod have ended up here? So I am supposed to be digging up then. So it would seem. I mean, we can do that. It'll be interesting to see where we end up. I hope we're not actually miles and miles away. That could be a problem. If that's the case, then I suppose once we've exhausted an area's resources, then we just keep heading up higher and higher and higher and build another base up there and rinse and repeat. I wonder if that is how it's supposed to work. Yeah, again, I don't believe that. We definitely produced calories. And apparently we were only just making oxygen meat, which again I find unlikely. I feel like we should be producing a lot more oxygen than we're using up. Which one was the ventilation overlay? 7. Yeah, we're not using any ventilation though. New printables available. Rust. We could take some rust. Rust is an iron oxide that forms from the breakdown of iron. It is useful in some oxygen production processes, so perhaps that's something to work towards. Banhi, increased excavation. Oh, sorry, cooking plus 12 cuisine. That's their interests. Traits, mole hands, increased excavation. Narcoleptic, falls asleep periodically. That's not ideal. Stress reaction, destructive. Overjoyed response, super productive. The cool loner vibes that radiate off of Banhi never fail to make the colony swoon. Mima, rocketry, plus 2 piloting. Suit wearing, plus 2 athletics. Supplying, plus 1 strength. That's their interests. Traits, grease monkey, increased machinery. Gourmet, increased cuisine, decreased food morale bonus. Green thumb, increased agriculture. Unempathetic, decreased medicine. Stress reaction, vomiting, overjoyed response, super productive. Ol Mima here can't stand looking at people's knees. Okay. I don't understand what that means, but still. What the implication there is. Interest, suit wearing, plus 5 athletics, building, plus 4 constitution. Traits, mole hands, increased excavation. Green thumb, increased agriculture. And they have a negative trait. Stress reaction, binge eater. Overjoyed response, super productive. This Devon dreams of owning their own personal computer so they can start a blog full of pictures of toast. Or I could reject all. I guess I'll take the rust. Goodness knows what we're going to use it for. Ooh, if this likes to, if the carbon dioxide wants to fall, I wonder if we'd be better off filling that in. I'm thinking about the flow of air. It probably wouldn't make any difference thinking about it. I'm just trying to think, how do we make sure this stays all very carbon dioxide-y? Algae's getting a bit low. Research is getting done. Research complete. I don't think we needed any of that though. That's all a prerequisite for the next level, the next lot of tech. I wonder if we should get ranching after this and find out exactly why we would want to wrangle a hatch. Research complete. Oh no, that must be the same one, surely. Yeah. Wait, what have we found here? There's lockers in here. Someone's built something here. But all the oxygen's polluted, so we don't really want to go near that. Interesting. Next bit of research done. Excellent, we should be able to make a coal generator now. Power control station produces microchip to increase the power output of generators. Assigned duplicants must possess the tune-up trait. Which I don't think any of them have, so that's no good. Fossil fuels. Well, we're not ready for any of that. Oh, advanced research. Water cooler. Provides a gathering place for duplicants during downtime, I see. And crafting station. Mini-pod, a portable bioprinter that produces new duplicants or care packages containing resources. Oh, we already have one of those. We started with one. So we can actually build them ourselves at this point. Apparently that's part of the Spaced Out DLC. So what did the game do before the Spaced Out DLC? Supercomputer conducts advanced research to unlock new technologies. Consumes water, probably for cooling. Although if it's a closed system, you shouldn't need to replace the water. Assigned duplicants must possess the advanced research skill, which we do have. But let's head towards ranching, shall we? Should we? Or is that a bad idea? What else could we go for? Oh. Medicine to cure diseases. That probably does take priority, to be fair. Alright, let's pick an area to try and build a infirmary in. I also need to build a generator, don't I? One of these coal generators. What makes me think it's going to produce a lot of carbon dioxide? Can I check that somehow? Yep. Alright, if you're going to do that, you're going into the... You're going to be built in the carbon dioxide bunker. Right, that can be their immediate project. I'll worry about the sick bay shortly. Well, we're making progress now. It's a bit slow, but it is happening. Wait, you found a pocket of air there? That should have been unbreathable. Strange. Oh well, I'm not complaining. Right, we nearly have the generator. Excellent. Right, that should all be hooked up. Insufficient resources coal. I don't think that means we don't have it. I think it means... Oh, a kilo a second? Does that really mean per second? Surely not. Surely not. It's possible. We do have a lot of it. As I was saying, I don't think that means that the... we don't have the resource in storage. It means the... the generator isn't currently loaded with coal. Excellent. Right, hopefully that's our power problems dealt with. I think we may be massively overproducing. Oh no, not massively. It doesn't actually produce that much more power than the other generator. But it doesn't tie somebody up. It doesn't mean that someone constantly has to be on the big hamster wheel. Which is obviously a major advantage. Insufficient oxygen generation. My colony is consuming more oxygen than it's producing. Will run out of air if I do not increase production. I should check my existing oxygen production buildings to ensure they are operating correctly. They're not producing anymore because we've reached max gas pressure. That's the problem. So I'm not particularly worried right now. I don't like how much carbon dioxide there is around, but ultimately we're relying on the algae terrariums to turn it all into oxygen. We could build some more of those though. Oh, we don't have cultivatable soil. How do I get cultivatable soil? Did I begin the game with it? Huh. That's an interesting question. Can I search cultivatable soil? No. I don't know. Wait, is that research done? Yes. So I probably should have given them a new research project before now. We want to move towards sanitation, don't we? That would seem like a very good idea. And we could also create a gas filter. So there's one gas from the air, sending it into a dedicated pipe. That could be useful. But how... I don't know how we create cultivatable dirt. Or is... When it says cultivatable dirt, does it just mean dirt? Right, we have 234.6 kilograms. Oh, you call it soil. Oh, cultivatable soil. So there's different... Cultivatable soil is a category of resource. Okay, and dirt is one of them. Understood. Okay. Where was that resources overlay? Here we go. Metal, mineral, organic, cultivatable soil. Okay, there's plenty of it around, but it's quite dispersed. Which is less than ideal, but we'll live with it. I'll grab that. I'll grab that and that. I may as well grab that and that and that. And we'll make sure this is a priority task. And then tomorrow, hopefully fairly early in the day, we'll have access to a bunch more dirt, which we can use to make more algae terrariums. Oh yeah, we have loads and loads of dirt now, don't we? We're sorted in that regard. Wonderful. Sorted for now. I was going to make a medical bay, wasn't I? Probably over here. Looks good to me. Oops. I forget that I'm not dragging a line. Wherever my wherever the mouse cursor goes while I'm holding left click down, it will place a block of whatever it is. Oops. That'll do. Another tile. And then a door. That'll do. That should make a nice medical area once they finally get it built. Nice big one as well. I'm assuming that's something we are going to want to invest in. I can only imagine it's going to be extremely important. Let's make sure that's important and it gets done. Not more important than things like generating oxygen, but still very important. Shine bug. Wrangle. We won't be able to wrangle it yet, but... once we have ranching, hopefully we'll be able to. The reason I'm building the algae terrariums specifically to combat the oxygen situation is because they do say they use up carbon dioxide specifically. And if air pressure's the problem, if our oxygen generators can't generate any oxygen owing to the air pressure being too high, then the only way we're going to do it, that is generate more oxygen, is by converting carbon dioxide into oxygen. I don't see how else that would be possible. How are we doing? Yep, keep going. We want sanitation, then perhaps we'll go for ranching. I hope these plants aren't destroyed forever, because we may need them later. We're doing alright for food. We should be doing alright for oxygen, in theory. Well, we'll have to see how we get on. How are we doing for dirt? Since we know that's an important one. Ceiling collapse, that sounds bad. We're doing fine for dirt. It didn't really go into any detail. It said that there was a ceiling collapse, but it didn't explain why that happened. And of course I don't want people getting injured. Or killed. Oh, we can print some more stuff. Blissburst seed. Or Stinky, Camille, or Hassan. So Stinky, interests, decorating, +5 creativity, supplying +3 strength. Traits, gourmet, increased cuisine, decreased food morale bonus. Handy, increased construction. Luddite, decreased machinery. Pacifist, cannot do attacking errands. Stress reaction, and yes. This Stinky has never been invited to a party, which is a shame. His dance moves are incredible. Camille, interest, digging, +3 excavation, rocketry, +5 piloting. Trait, animal lover, increased husbandry, nyctophobic, requires light to sleep. Yokel, cannot do researching errands. This Camille loves anything that makes her feel nostalgic, including things that haven't aged well. Blissburst seed, the seeds of a blissburst, digging up buried objects may uncover a blissburst seed. Or Hassan, cooking, +3 cuisine, early bird, gains morning attribute bonuses, plant murderer, decreased agriculture. Stress reaction, ugly crier, overjoyed response, sparkle streaker. If someone says something nice to Hassan, he'll think about it non-stop for less than 3 weeks. Sorry, for no less than 3 weeks, blimey. I'll take the Blissburst seeds, thank you. I'm sure at some point those will come in useful. No seed selected. I have seeds. Why can I not plant them? I just get that bonk noise. It doesn't tell me why. Very strange. Falling material fell on these duplicants and displaced them. May. Oh, that's fine because they're building. We were expecting that. To an extent. Ah, I see. I think part of the problem is the stuff down here is not getting resupplied because they're all up here doing building. I think that's the reason. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is higher priority, so priority shouldn't be the issue. Yeah, the oxygen situation looks alright. My duplicants are spending a significant amount of time travelling between their errands. Ooh! It's nice that the game actually picks up on that. Oh yeah, work time, travel time. I guess it detected that their travel time was longer than their work time. I guess I could build a shortcut. It's probably fine for now. Yeah, they are actually getting the other jobs done now. Once I change the priorities around a bit. I think. Maybe they're not. Oh, they're out of water. I get it. Okay, I should have spotted that much sooner. Okay, let's get this dealt with as a priority. Right, where was it? Here, wasn't it? Pitcher pump. Excellent. And again, this is a priority. They need water. A lot of very important things just won't happen if we don't have water. Fortunately, there are quite a few places we can go for water. I was about to say, that wasn't a very clever way for you to build. Are you alright? You seem to be cold. Oh, I can hover over them to find out what's making them unhappy. Unrested, afraid of dark, hungry, yucky lung. Seems like there's a lot I could be doing better here. Excellent. We have sanitation. So I should be able to improve their sanitation significantly. Wait, converts rust into oxygen and chlorine gas. Where's the chlorine coming from? Rust doesn't contain chlorine. Right, so they have a lot of germs in the air. How do I clean the air? I'm pretty sure we looked this up before. Decontamination, but that would require advanced research. Oh dear, that's going to be a problem. So use this sand to filter polluted oxygen from the air, reducing disease spread. Okie dokie. Used to build the walls and floors of rooms. Airflow tile. Blocks liquid flow without obstructing gas. That might be what we need. Okay. We'll get pressure management, then we'll have to get on supercomputer, was it? Or do we do that now? I think maybe we do that first. Right, so we should be able to improve the air quality quite a lot more in the not too distant future. Why has this still not been built? Oh, because that wasn't high priority and that's blocking them from getting through. Right. Let's improve their sanitation to begin with. Let's get rid of the outhouse and the wash basin and replace it with the more advanced versions of those. Oh, the more advanced versions require me to actually hook things up. Okay. I didn't appreciate that at first. Do we even want them now? I know that. Honestly, probably not. Okay, that was a bit of a mistake, but we couldn't have known until we actually no. I could have tried to place one before I destroyed the old one, so we could have known. Well, just have to remember that for the future. So what I'm thinking is, if we're going to replace them, we need to find a big water supply we can... We're going to want to build a room above a big water supply. This might do it. Huh. A ceiling light. Interesting. So that's another area we could explore. Oh dear, I think we may be nearing some sort of collapse. As in a colony collapse type situation, we'll have to see. That's an idea. If I continued the ladder up, I could have another quicker entrance into the medical bay, and then I could use this pool of water to make an area where they can wash. Right, how would that work? I'd need a pump, presumably. Liquid pump. How do these work? Draws water and runs it through pipes. Must be submerged in liquid. Good egg. Hatch a new critter morph from an egg. Did I do that? Apparently. Actually, to keep that area sealed off, I might put the door there and make the... the medical bay a bit smaller, at least for now. Right, let me see. Plumbing. Liquid pump. It would have to go around here, I guess. And then we'd want pipes coming up. And then over here. And what would we want here? A shower. And the other facilities. Oh, hey, Grumpy Monk. It's lovely to see you. Thank you for the follow again. Perhaps at some point I didn't do an eject that you wanted me to do or something. I don't recall. How have you been? Also, to be clear, I am new to this game. I don't know. I don't really know how it works. I'm doing my best. Right, what about the other facilities that we're going to need? Question is, where's all the wastewater gonna go? That's not an easy problem to solve. Nope, that's the wrong one, isn't it? That's the lower tech one. We want the... where is it? Sink. That's the one. You're doing great. Wonderful. Right, when that's built, that should all be properly hooked up. Still not entirely sure how we're going to build this bit, though. That remains to be seen. And what are we going to do with the wastewater? Probably the best we could do is hollow most of this out. And then, like, put tile along here. And then... just have it all draining through there. Yeah, that's probably the best we could do. Oh no. No, I haven't, Grumpy Monk. Right, I'm going to need to cancel... no, not cancel the other one. Deconstruct these, aren't I? And I'm going to need to dig through here. Hopefully they'll be able to build it all like that. We can only hope. Right, that's the gas overlay. Got quite a bit more carbon dioxide than I'd like. Oh well, we'll have to see how that goes. Right, they've got their orders, but I assume it's going to take them a while to build all this. New printables are available. So, a Oxfern seed or a snazzy suit increases decor in a small area effect around the wearer, can be upgraded to a Primo Garb at the clothing refashionator, or Ban He, who has operating +5 machinery, farming +5 agriculture, traits innately stylish, increased decor, Iron gut, immune to food poisoning. Plant murderer, decreased agriculture. Unpracticed artist, decreased creativity, increased decor morale bonus. Stress reaction, destructive. Overjoyed reaction, super productive. The cool loner vibes that radiate off a Banhi never fail to make the colony swoon. Or we can have nails, interest, digging, plus 14 excavation. Traits, duress to impress. Attribute bonuses while stressed. Slow learner, decreased science, unconstructive, cannot do building errands. Stress reaction, ugly crier, overjoyed reaction, balloon artist. Honestly, they don't sound bad. I don't know if I'm going to regret not getting an oxyfern, but I think I'll go with nails, and we'll build them a cot. The more people we can get actually doing things, the better, I'd have thought. Where's cot? Here it is. And let's make sure that's quite high priority. We want that done before tonight. Out of curiosity, disinfect. How does that work? I don't know. Oh well, we can worry about it in time. Medicine. Apothecary. We're definitely going to want one of them. Priority. Let's raise the priority of this building section to see that it gets done. Oh wow, they've nearly done most of the digging out here. But unfortunately they've done it in a really silly way round. They're going to have difficulty excavating quite a lot of that now, unfortunately. I'd have thought. Oh, bedtime for most of them. I don't trust these reports because what they say and what we see don't always seem to add up. I assume there's a reason for that, I just don't know what that reason is. The oxygen pressure is actually dropping, so perhaps we turn these back on. Goodness knows what we're going to do if we have to actually get them down there into the water to build the pump. That's one of the things that was confusing me. It said the water pump has to be submerged. Okay, great, but how do we actually build it? Oh goodness me, this whole area's carbolic. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, the liquid pump's the only thing they haven't managed to build, isn't it? Guess I can't get close enough. Ah, what about a ladder? Will that work? While we're here, we may as well tile this off. I assume they'll end up soaking wet and possibly shivering as a result. But that might work. Still don't really have a solution for that bit. Oh, actually, they can climb too, can't they? Yeah. Pretty sure they can. Perhaps that will get them close enough? We'll have to see. Well, they've got oxygen. And they have food. And another cycle has passed. Oh, research complete. Excellent. I probably should have been paying more attention. Right, we wanted to remove the polluted oxygen, didn't we? Decontamination, that's the one. But we're going to need a supercomputer for that. Put it over here, I guess. How much power does it use? Oh, quite a lot. We're probably okay for now, but it won't be long before we need to set up a better generation solution. How are we doing for coal? I haven't actually checked in ages. I hope we're not running out of coal, or we have a problem. No, we're alright for now. Goodness knows what I'm going to do when we do run out of coal. But that's not a problem right now. Vitamin Chew, a supplement that minorly reduces the chance of contracting a germ-based disease, must be taken daily. Basic rad pill curative tablet. Duplicants can take this to cure themselves of minor germ-based diseases. Ingredients: coal and water. Vitamin Chews use coal. Or blossom seed. Oh no, I'm just going between the different recipes, I see. I don't know, let's start with a dozen curative tablets and see where things go from there. And let's make sure they mop up any mess. So they can build a ladder that will go into water, it looks like. Hopefully that will let them actually build the pump. I just realised, does the pump not require power? I don't quite understand how that works, but fantastic. Research complete. Right, but before we can do decontamination, we need that supercomputer built. Alright, I guess we'll have to research something else before decontamination. Let's get that ranching I keep saying we're gonna get. Oh no, wait. Ranching also requires a supercomputer, apparently. That's funny. I don't think when ranching was originally developed we had supercomputers, but what can I say? Well, we'll get the prerequisite for ranching then. Okay, looks like they are... They are making progress on the liquid pump, which is good. She's holding her breath. I do like the attention to detail in this game. Like the fact that there's only carbon dioxide here, as you can see. The fact that you actually see it in their animation that they're holding their breath as a cue to the player. Excellent. Oh, this does need power. Okay, how are we getting power to it then? That's a very good question. Are wires waterproof? I hope so. I mean, otherwise how else would we get they did say that the water pump has to be submerged, so I don't see any other way we could have done this. We're not really generating enough power to justify this, though. That's the trouble. That's a lot of power. 240 watt. Oh well, it is what it is, I suppose. Maybe we'll have to make another coal generator or something. Or put someone back on the hamster wheel. Excellent. In theory that should work. Alright, let's raise the priority of all this. I want this done. That's unrelated, isn't it? I think that's unrelated. Well, we're getting there slowly. Although it definitely is slow. Oh, hang on. There's an easier way to do this, isn't there? I can just build a ladder. Since we know ladders can be submerged now. Actually, I probably want the ladder here. So that if I ever do knock that bit of floor out so that we can get in there. Which I may never do, we'll have to see. But if I ever do, we don't have a useful building right on top of it. And we may as well hollow that out as well. Although, no, that's not going to work. I'll tell you... No, it'll be fine. I was thinking that the problem with that idea is that I wanted to make this area all tiled. But, I mean, it will hold water whether it's tiled or not, so... As far as I'm aware. I mean, this is holding water and it's not tiled. So, that's probably not a priority. I can probably get away with only tiling some of it. For those of you that aren't aware, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to... these are all facilities, shower and sink and the other one. These are all there. These all need water going in and water coming out, but I need somewhere to put all the polluted water. And that's what I'm building here, just a big tank to try and put it all in. What else can we research? Medical equipment. That seems like a good idea. Interesting that that's the rung you would begin the ladder on, but okay. We're not doing too badly for oxygen now. Could be a lot worse. We still haven't found out what happens if we're not generating enough power. Does everything run but at a reduced rate, I wonder? New printables available? So we have Abe, tidying, +7 strength, trait, interior decorator, increased creativity, decreased decor morale bonus, gastrophobia, cannot do cooking errands, stress reaction, ugly crier, overjoyed response, balloon artist. Abes are sweet delicate flowers, they need to be treated gingerly with great consideration for their feelings, or a bliss burst seed, or Otto, rocketry, +7 piloting, loner, attribute bonuses while alone. Uncultured, increased decor morale bonus, cannot do decorating errands. Squeamish, cannot do doctoring errands. Overjoyed response, balloon artist. Ottos always insult people by accident and generally exist in a perpetual state of deep regret. Amare, interest rocketry, +1 piloting, doctoring, +2 medicine, operating, +2 machinery. Traits handy, increased construction, allergies, allergic reaction to floral scent, stress reaction, banshee. I suppose that means he screams. Overjoyed response, super productive. Amari's like to keep the peace. Ironically, they're a riot at parties. I think we'll take the bliss burst seeds. Oh, we're nearly out of water over here. I have to find somewhere else to grab some water from. Which actually isn't so straightforward, now I look at it. I know there's some water there. It's not in the best place though. Or down there. Again, over here, plenty of water, but it's going to be a bit of a nuisance to get to it. Yeah, if this water isn't leaking through this one block area, then presumably the same will be true when we turn this into a tank for our purposes. Oh dear. They're not too well, are they? Excellent, excellent. It might not be much longer before we have this all built and working. I hope they're going to be alright just building straight up like that. That sand's probably going to fall on their head. But apparently it didn't hurt them, which is good. Right, build a few more tiles here, I think. And a door. Excellent. The tank that we're building's almost finished. Right. Where's the plumbing thing? We need a... Oh, what's it called? Liquid vent. And then we need to make sure the liquid pipe connects to it. Nearly there. Let's make sure this whole area gets swept before we seal it off. Right, have those wires not been built because that's not a valid space? Because then if that's... It could be they just didn't get round to it, but if that's not considered a valid space, then I ask again, how am I supposed to get the liquid pump power if it specifically says it must be submerged? Nope. They're fine building wires underwater. Oxygen's okay, could be better. Oh, we should have been researching something. Is the supercomputer done? No. I could make it priority, but I want to get this area done. Alright, what can we do? What can we research without advanced research? That might actually be useful. I guess the one to turn rust into oxygen and chlorine gas? How are we doing for coal, actually? It's about time I had a look. That's okay. Not too bad. What about dirt? Fine. I just realised they might actually start trying to use this before I'm ready for them to. To help guard against that, let's build another tile here. So at least it'll have some capacity to hold hold liquid in case they do. How are people finding the game, incidentally? Since I haven't streamed this one before. Is this alright to watch? What are we waiting on here? We're waiting on them sweeping up all this debris. I mean, I don't need to have this swept up. I could just turn this into the wastewater tank as it is, just by filling in those last few tiles. But the problem is that then I wouldn't be able to get those ever again unless I went through wastewater, which I'd rather not do. Right, so I think, I could be wrong, I think technically this is actually all set up and working now, so they could actually go up there and use the facilities. But if they did, the wastewater is going to end up, well, in what is currently a room, not a sealed tank. So, let's hope they don't. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they need to mop up that mess right now. We've got all these, like, bottles of polluted water and I don't know what to do with them. I really don't. Oh, are we out of water again? We're completely out of water again. That's not good. I guess what we really want for water for now... Actually, how deep can that go? I don't know. I'm just thinking, what would be the most convenient way to get to that water supply? Probably through here. Okay, so hypothetically, dig that out the way. Obviously, we'd be going through this wall. So we'd be deconstructing that. Then what? Tiles. Tiles would be the next thing. We'd want to lay down some tiles. I just noticed there's different types of tiles I can lay down. I wonder if it makes much difference. Oh, slow heating, overheat temperature plus 15 degrees. Interesting. Right, that's the thing we need. So that would go there. Then we would need... Apparently we'd need to dig down a 2x2 area by the looks of it. There would need to be some tiles about here. And here. And there. That would just dig out. Yeah, that would probably work. And then if we was feeling especially keen, we could replace a bunch of the top with tiles as well. Right, and this should actually probably be an even higher priority than the build up here, just because we need water. That's non-negotiable, and we don't have access to any right now. Oh, I didn't mean to tell them to mop over there. That was an accident. Oh, wow. They certainly are efficient, aren't they? Part of the problem, or a problem here, though, is there's a lot of carbon dioxide in there, as you can see. So they can't breathe while they're in there. Why haven't they unblocked that yet? Oh, because the priority is too low. So that's why they've been making a mess everywhere. Okay, that makes sense. And that'll explain all the diseases as well. Oh dear. I wish they'd auto mop up though. Okay, that's the worst of the situation dealt with. Ladder. Let's build a ladder down. And again, this needs to be very high priority. We need this done. I do like the number of priority numbers I have. Is it 1 through 9? Yeah, whereas I think RimWorld only does 1 through 5. Ah, the carbon dioxide situation's improved. Oh, okay. It does have a limit to how far down it can go. Alright. So I guess I rebuild it down there? In a moment. But they're not going to be able to jump the gap. Let me see, how do I sort that out? I guess I build another ladder that's there. I don't see how else I'd do it. Okay. Oh, so we've lost the resources we used to make it because we deconstructed it in an area where there was no floor beneath it. That makes sense. Plumbing, pitcher pump, there. But again, how do we get them down safely? I'll tell you what's probably the easiest way. Just with some tiles here that go over to the ladder. Cancel that. And increase the priority. And whatever that is, probably a erroneous mopping job. That can be cancelled. Right, this isn't a very convenient place for them to go to collect their water, but at least they'll have access to water once that's done. Which is a lot better than not having access to water. Right, they should be able to collect water now. In principle. Where's the ladder? Let's have another ladder there. Let's dig that out. And finally, let's set the priority suitably. So they have to hold their breath to collect water currently. What I think I'll do is I'll put another algae terrarium down here to slowly turn all that into oxygen, which should filter its way up. It'll be a good place to put one, I think. There we go. Now, how's it looking over here? Muckroot storage unavailable. Okay, do I have to explicitly enable muckroot storage? I don't seem to be able to. Well, I don't know what muckroot is, so frankly, I will just seal this off and put up with the fact that I'm losing some muckroot. Maybe it needs to be refrigerated or something. Maybe it counts as food. Right, in theory, these facilities should be working. Empty pipe. Empty pipe. Pipe blocked. Output pipe is blocked. Output pipe is blocked. Why do you say the output pipe is blocked? Why is this not working? I see no evidence of any blockage. I'm so confused. Wasn't there a plumbing overlay somewhere? Oh, I see the problem. I've done this the wrong way round. Okay, hang on. Let me think about this. So, where are the pipes? Plumbing. So these are the inputs, because the down arrow is going into the little box-shaped thing. So what we need is... Hang on, I'm going to need to make sure they don't actually... Okay, I'll deal with that in a second. I need to make sure they can actually get in there. We need a liquid vent here. And the pipes need to go down this way. I think that's correct. I think once they've made those changes, it'll work. Now, I wonder if, because I had the plumbing overlay open, if when I told it to deconstruct something there, it will actually deconstruct just the pipe and not the tile. We'll just have to wait and see. Because it wouldn't let me cancel the deconstruction of that tile when I was in the plumbing overlay, for example. We'll just have to wait and see. Oh, it does seem to have worked. Excellent. So actually this may be an easy fix in the end. Fingers crossed. So when it said the pipe was blocked, what it really meant was there was no valid destination. Because I had the pipe going into the... I had the output of the liquid pump going into the output of all the other water-related... They're not appliances, are they? Fixtures. But it still says the pipe is blocked. Why? Oh, no, it's working. It is working. Okay, which means that if they may try to use it immediately, which in turn means they may start filling up this tank before we've actually made it into a tank. So we need to make sure they make a priority. Yep, that's exactly what they're doing. You can see what's happening there. I'm going to make this a very high priority. Get that wall completely built. I swear, you better not. To be fair, she ate the muck root before sealing the room off. What I was about to say is she had better not seal herself in there. Okay. They seem to be smarter than that, at least. Right, that's sealed off. Right, we have a tank for all the dirty water. And we're collecting water from over here. And this is all up and running. So they can collect their... They can collect their water from over here now, from this nice big pool. And slowly that's turning carbon dioxide into oxygen. I'd say that went rather well. And we can deconstruct the old facilities now. We must have finished our research by now. Right, Steve, good at excavation and construction, starry-eyed, morale bonus while in space, gastrophobia, cannot do cooking errands. Ugly crier, overjoyed response, yodeler. This Steve is convinced he has psychic powers and he knows exactly what his friends think about that. Quinn, interests, operating, +9 machinery. Traits, animal lover, increased husbandry, caregiver, increased medicine. Unpracticed artist, decreased creativity, increased decor morale bonus. Stress reaction, binge eater, overjoyed response, yodeler. This Quinn's favourite genre of music is festive power ballad. Interesting. Bert, interest, supplying, +9 strength, tidying, +9 strength. Traits, shriveled taste buds, increased food morale bonus. And he has a bad trait as well. Stress reaction, binge eater, overjoyed response, sticker bomber, This bird always feels great after a bubble bath and a good long cry. He is very, very strong. Determines a duplicant's carrying capacity and cleaning speed. He might be so good I can't pass him up. Plus 18 strength. Goodness me. Let's make sure we build another cot for him, so he has somewhere to sleep. We're doing okay for algae now, but we must be getting through it quite quickly. Royal Flush. Replace... Oh, I see. So that's to do with upgrading all the facilities. Oh, we have a supercomputer. No research focus selected. Right, finally. We were going to do decontamination, weren't we? Yes, please. Not quite sure how we're still providing enough power to everything, though, because we really shouldn't be. I'm pretty sure the total amount of power we're using greatly exceeds the amount we're producing at this point. Yeah, we're producing 600. We're using 240 there. 60 there, that's 300. Another 120 there, so that's 240. Plus 240 here. Sorry, so we were up to, what was it, 420? Yeah. So that's 660. So yeah, we definitely are using more than we're producing, which I don't quite understand. Perhaps it's the battery that's just providing us with a buffer that we're slowly using up. No, it doesn't look like its power's going down. I don't understand this, but, well, I shouldn't complain. You're just complaining about lack of water? Yes, that's all you're complaining about. Scheduling. Scheduling. My duplicants will only eat, sleep, work or bathe during the times I allot for such activities. To make the best use of their time, I can open the Schedule tab to adjust the colony's schedule and plan how they utilise their day. We've done that before, haven't we? Research complete. Oops. Another achievement. Research complete. Goodness. And we're up to cycle 31. Right. We'll probably stop there for tonight. Lamentable Dwelling is the name of the colony. It was a random one chosen at the start. Right, I hope you enjoyed that. I'll be streaming again on Monday, in which case I'll be continuing with more GTA 5. I'm going through the main story. We're not that far in. I think the game said 19% right at the end of last stream. And I'll probably be playing more classical music while I play, because obviously I can't play the actual game music. Unless that really bothers people, in which case do let me know. Well, I'm not going to play the real game music either way, but you know. Do let me know if the classical music was a bother. So that'll be Monday. That'll also be Friday. And then next Saturday we'll be continuing with Oxygen Not Included. Again, unless people really didn't like it. Do let me know what you thought of it. First time I've played that game. I had a good time. But I really don't have much of an idea how good or bad it is to watch. I also get the sense I'm not very good at it, but that's to be expected with any of these games when you come to it fresh. So yeah, that's upcoming streams and everything. If for any reason my streaming schedule should change, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads, and I'll also announce it on our Discord server. I think that's about everything. I might do my usual of doing a bit of looking up how to play the game properly between streams. That is Oxygen not included. But we'll see. That's dependent on my finding the time. Yeah, so thank you for joining me, everyone that did. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evenings. Good night!